Let's click on things and see what happens, yeah? Okay, alright. And this thing? This thing is nothing. This is a description. This is the zone that we're in. Oh, yeah, no, they really don't tell you anything. Okay, I'm drawing lines. I guess that makes sense. What? Okay. I don't... Clicking on the circle makes this circle light up. Okay, that's less correct. That's correct. I guess there's like a... Okay, so it looks like I need to fill in both shapes based on the circles. And there's something to do with, like, setting it up and then clicking outside of it that causes it to register that I have done a thing. 111? Oh, we got some sub-levels, kids. So what's the difference between this level and this level? Just the order? That's wrong. Okay. Okay. Has to go from circle to square. Circle to square. Okay. My green screen is very slightly over. Yeah, because the game is entirely in green. There's nothing I could do. I mean, there are things that I could do about it, but I'm not going to do anything about it. I guess you have to go from circle to square. So, like, if I did this... Hang on. Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong. You can't go from square to circle. Alright, circle to square. Cool. And if I go the other way? Cool. And if I just do that? And if I just do that? Okay. Alright. Okay. I mean... Is it just circle to... Yeah, okay. And this is two... These are 2 dots, and now it's like 1 bar? There's no, like, partial completion anymore. You do everything right, or you don't do anything. Star? Hello? Why star? Why star? Hello? Maybe this means that it's the end of, like, a path. So now I have to back out and go to the next path. No? No. Click? Star? Ladies and gentlemen, we are roughly 15 seconds into the game, and I do not understand how to progress. Very cool. Very cool. Did I screw one? I screwed one of the other ones up. They probably all have to be right. Let's make sure they're all right. Aha. Aha. Now they are all correct. Okay. By unsolving previous levels, the whole row of levels needs to be solved as opposed to just each level, each one in order. Star? Star. X. X. Okay. It turns out this wasn't just the demo. Good, good. Alright, so... Oh, what's this down here? There's a thing down here. I mean, I can click on 1, too, but, like, what's below? What's further down? Alright, let's look at 1, 2. Heck! Is it the other way now? We gotta go from square to circle? Any circle? Every circle? Ah, I have ended at a circle. That's correct. Okay. Alright, square to circle. Got it. Triangles don't matter. I can go all the way around, and that's correct. But also, I can go through, and nobody cares. Yup, can go through, nobody cares. Superb. Oh, it's building up to a thing down here. Very exciting. Alright. Oh. Oh, there's a third circle. Now one of the triangles matters. Okay. Circle, then down triangle, then square. Circle, down triangle, square. Circle, no triangle, square? Circle, no triangle, square is fine. It's not that down triangle is important. It's that you cannot go through up triangle. Cannot go through up triangle. Okay. Ah! Why? Okay, it's not this one. Excuse me? Oh, that's an up triangle. Yeah, okay. No, you're right. Triangles. This is mean. This is this is a mean thing that they are doing. This thing that they are doing here, this is mean. They should not do that thing. What is this? Please. This is like slowly filling in as I complete more levels. I guess it's an indicator that I will have completed World 1 when this thing is fully filled in or whatever. What's up triangle? Nothing. What's up triangle with you? That was the joke, right? That's... Ugh. Alright. Now, have to go through up triangle. Cannot go through down triangle. Yo, Cryptomancer. Thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. We've reached a power of 2. Yo, 64! Yeah, that is a power of 2. What a great number. You've chosen good numbers here. What do I have to do here? Go through up. Or maybe can't go through down. We haven't decided yet. Oh, no. Now it's exactly must go through up. Down doesn't matter. You can go through down if you want, but you have to go through up. You have to go through... You have to go through every up. All ups must be accounted for. Alright, where is there ups? And then nothing else matters as long as you hit all the ups. Right? Great, I did it. Circle doesn't matter, everything... It's different rules in each thing. Each thing has different rules. Why do rules change? Oh, that's enough to go to 2-1? No, we gotta complete this. We got more to do. Circle the square. 4? Now there are 4 rules. This accounted for all 4 rules. Each of these is a rule. This rule is go through all the ups. This rule is do not go through any ups. Aha! I begin to understand. Alright, so what are the rules? That handled rules. Alright, one of the rules is... Yeah, one of the rules is start with circle. One of the rules is end with square, and then there's 2 other rules. One of the rules is don't fill in triangles. Don't fill in up triangles, at least. Okay. Up triangles have to be empty. And all other shapes need to be filled in. Because there's no stars here. So it has to be like all other shapes, as opposed to stars must be filled in. So it's all stars, hello, please follow correctly, and none of the triangles. Start at the circle, all stars, none of the triangles, and it has to end in a square. Eh? Wait, why is... Excuse me? Oh, that was the triangle rule. There we go. Ooh. start at a circle, do not go through triangles, hit all of the stars, end at a square. Cannot start with this circle because of that star. I think the same is true here, although maybe I can do this. Excuse me. We've got visual feedback goatee. Are you saying my facial stubble is fading out of existence because of the green glow? Alright. What is my path? When I go through here, that has to be the end. So we have to come back this way. Ah, that's my path. Where is 1-7? 1-7, I guess, is here. Eh? I have to start and end on an 8-point star, but it can be the same 8-point star. It doesn't have to be a different 8-point star. Good to know, good to know. Alright, what of this did you not like? Alright, so circle being filled in is bad. And all other shapes. Every other shape must be filled in that's not a circle. Excuse me. Maybe it's all of a shape? All of a other shape must be... Nope, it's squares. It's squares specifically. Yes, this game is all puzzles. Hi, Mersh. Oh, I need to avoid circles. But triangles don't seem to matter. I want to hit the square and not the triangle. I can go through the circle. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't matter that the triangle's not filled in. This is the circle rule. So I need to make sure that all squares are filled in. And I need to make sure that all circles are not filled in. Triangles don't matter. Circles need to be empty. And it doesn't need to be a different star. It can be the same star. Which did I screw up? Oh, this one went unsolved. Okay. Also this one because I was experimenting. There we go. There's 1-7. Has to end on a shape? There's two rules here. This is good. Why is this good? Is this good? Maybe this is just... I don't know what this rule is. This rule appears to be starting and... This rule appears to be all of the starting shape is filled in, maybe? And then this rule... What does it mean to be good? Are you asking me who's a good boy, Cryptomancer? Because the answer is you. You're a good boy. Okay. So far, it looks like all of the starting shape must be filled in and must end on a shape. Whoa! Nope. I have no idea what this one is. It seems like as long as I'm starting on a shape, this one is filled in. Oh, maybe that's it? Maybe that's starting on a shape? Nope. This rule appears to not make a difference. Any line I have drawn so far has validated this rule. And then this rule appears to be that if I am filling in... No, I must fill in at least one shape, and all of the shapes of that kind must be filled in, as far as I can tell here. This is probably can't fill in any other shapes. Okay. Okay, yeah. All of the shapes I fill in must be filled in, and none of the other shapes may be filled in. Cool. Validated. Green star. That means I know the rules. All right, what is this? Oh, now none of this means the same thing as it did before. Okay. Cool, that's correct. Love it. That's also correct. The rules appear to be the same. Start circle and square. Start. In this one, it's different. Oh. Maybe it's numbers. There's more squares. I think this one is numbers based on what this looks like. So 2 to 1, right? 4 squares. So 1 circle means I have to start on the thing with more and end on the thing with less. And it doesn't matter what else my line is. Most. Most to least. 1, 4, 5 squares. So the 2 rules I have are start with most, end with least. Cool. All right, let's finish this stuff. What do we suppose rule 3 is? I mean, based on this, it sounds like start with circle, end with square, some other rule. Maybe it's all squares? Maybe it's all of the grid. I didn't end with square. I still didn't end with square. None of this is correct. There we go. No! What's the path? How do I path? Well, it's sure not like this. Sure. Okay. What are the rules? Okay. 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 So I cannot violate rule 3 on this board. These appear to be start circle, end square. No. All circles must be filled, all squares must be filled. I don't know yet. Hello? Really? Cannot touch the same shape twice in a row. Have to alternate shapes. Rules! Okay. 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 Whoa. That's end square. Yeah, start circle, end square, apparently. Or not? Hold on. It is not as simple as start circle, end square. It is not as simple as all circles and all squares either. Excuse me? Is direction a thing? I think it's direction. I don't think it's empty spaces. It might be parity. But keep in mind, these are two different rules that are getting resolved here, right? Circle alone satisfies this rule. Circle right, with no ending shape, satisfies this rule. Square alone satisfies the other rule. Into square, ending on square from left, satisfies this rule. Alright. This satisfies neither rule, which tells me that it has to do with direction. Yeah, this only satisfies second rule, because the square is satisfied by the direction that it's coming in from. Alright. How does this satisfy neither rule? I don't know the rules. Shapes don't matter. Shapes are a lie. Start top left, end top right. You piece of garbage. One question mark? Oh no. Alright, this sounds like start circle, end square, don't fill triangle, fill stars. This is don't fill triangle. This is fill stars, this is start circle, this is end square. Okay. Fill some number of stars? Fill exactly one star? Fill exactly one star? Okay. Fill exactly one star, don't fill triangles. That's a lie. There is more to this. Something to do with the triangles. Why is that okay? Oh, okay, alright, I mean, if that's how you want to play this, then that's how we can play this. Oh, fantastic, fantastic! That's such a good payoff. That's such a good payoff. Oh my god, this game is amazing. Where is the star? I know exactly where the star is. There's been a star this whole time. Oh, superb. Oh my god. I'm so happy. Okay, okay. Touching nothing, I get one rule filled. So, if I am right about this being mostly about numbers, then don't fill least and fill all of most. Don't fill least and fill all of most. Oh. That's correct? Why is that correct? Ah! Fill all of most, don't fill anything else. Tied for most, so they both count. Does the stream title The Concept of Love refer to the concept of love or to the song titled The Concept of Love? Is the song titled The Concept of Love the one that goes understand, understand? Because if so, then that one. I hate how they make me count things here. 2, two, two, two is most, so all of them. It's the one that goes the concept of love. Without more information, I cannot answer that question. Uh-oh. There's a third world coming up. I should probably have expected this. Presumptuous to think it's the third world. Maybe. It always just sounded like vocal noise to you? Oh. Well then, I am happy to have given you this gift, Hyphenated. I don't know the rules yet. Maybe this one is don't fill all of most? One is okay, but not all? I don't know what this one is. But so far I am working off of... it's not end and least is the thing, right? Because otherwise this alone would satisfy this rule, and it doesn't. This is clearly a don't do something. And I think it's don't fill all of most. Oh, this satisfies this. Interesting. This satisfies this, but this doesn't? Maybe it's have two shapes in a line? Maybe it's have two different shapes in the line. Maybe it's have at least one of each shape in the line. And this one is don't fill all of most. Ah, this one is don't fill all of any category. Unless it's the only one. There we go. Stuck on starting on the left side. I didn't need to start on the left side. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, this game is in fact getting harder. Can I go outside of the borders yet? No. All right. 3-1. Ha! Vindicated. Three rules. Surely it's not start on circle. Like, without any additional information, this feels very similar to previous puzzle. Like, World 1, not World 2. Start on circle fills this. End on square fills this. And I cannot fill this without filling everything. But going back the other direction does fill this. So maybe it's every square? Which is weird. It's not every square. It's 2 of a shape. Starter is unique, ender... No. Can't be starter is unique, because this... It's really start circle, end square, and then 2 of some other shape in there? All right, something has changed. A change has occurred. Do they need to be... Can they be different shapes? Yes. Start circle, end square, 2 other shapes in the line. Start circle, end square, any 2 other shapes in the line. I don't like it. Hey, Lily Spikes, how's it going? I feel like this doesn't fit in 2. Like, this fits better in 1. Okay. 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 Is this just start on a shape? No. No, it is not. But a non-line satisfies it. Start and end on the same shape. We have start and end on the same shape is the first one. You had a terrible time spinner seed with race flags? Oh no. Is the beta in full release now? Like, do we have the tourney flag updated yet? Start and end on the same shape. Does that work for blank? No, it has to be a shape. And then this is something to do with stuff in between, but one in between. Tourney flag is updated? Alright, well then I gotta go do some more seeds and get more practice. Get some more terrible seeds in. Oh, some of those seeds are really, really terrible. Unchained Keys allows you for some really interesting seeds and also some really garbage-ass seeds. It's pretty impressive, actually. Alright, so I have start and end on the same shape, and then we're gonna work with... Full release should be very soon. Alright, I'm gonna wait till full release, but... I'm eagerly awaiting more time spinner practice. I guess my working theory is any 2 other shapes? I mean, I don't know yet, right? Like, what are we doing here? Heck! Oh, really? No ups or downs in the line? Goes from edge to edge? Goes from edge to edge! How dare you? No. Wait, what? I don't understand. Why? Why? I don't know the rule. I don't know the rule. You hope to have the sign up soon? That's exciting. Are we getting close? When do we think we're gonna, I don't actually know what the dates of the tournament are intended to be. But I'm pretty excited for whenever the tournament's gonna happen. Why, though? Like, that satisfies this. This satisfies it. But here it doesn't. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Seven. No. Yes, it is a Jet Set Radio reference. September into early October is what SGL prefers. Okay. I guess we are, in fact, rapidly approaching that time period. Sure. Oh, why? This satisfies this one. So it has to do with the ending or with, like, the line? Or the amount of line? And this is just start and end on the same shape. That's very clear. FF51 just opened signups. Okay, yeah. So then it's about the right time. That's good. Yeah, I'm excited. Oh, do you know... I know there are some people here who are interested in randomizers, but maybe not a lot of people interested in a lot of randomizers. But I guess once signups start, I will post links on the Discord, on my Discord, so that if there's other tournaments that people want to sign up for, they can. Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Six. 4, no. 6. 6. Is the answer 6? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 6. The answer is 6. And it doesn't matter what you go in between along the way, as long as you get to 6. Okay. 6. The answer is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 5. That's 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no! Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I was counting wrong. I guess 7 including the starting, right? 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Whew. I thought I had a handle on this game, and then they started making me count things? Now it's really a problem. Counting should be illegal? True. True. Alright. This could be any number of things. This feels like don't fill least. This might be fill all of most. Say what? Excuse me, why? Excuse me. What? Why? Why? What? Why? Oh, maybe it has to do with odds and evens? Don't fill odds, fill all of evens? 4, 1. Yeah, don't fill odds, fill all of evens. 1, 3. Cool, cool. This feels very Witness. Yeah, absolutely. Are you allowed to share random thoughts, or is that spoilery? I don't know. I've been in this situation before, and somebody will say something, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's probably right, and then I'll do it, and I'll be like, oh, that's cool, it worked. And then I've also been in this situation where somebody say something, I'll be like, why can't you just let me figure it out? So, I don't know. I could make you a spoiler channel on the Discord if you want to yell at me. That's probably the best way to do it. Make a spoiler channel on the Discord. Alright, spoiler channel made. Guessing number of corners is going to figure into it at some point. That seems very likely. How to ever make out context without prolific screenshots? I mean, it's all just text chats. Got you stuck in a can of wormholes. It's so good, isn't it? It's really good. You have Garrett to thank. Garrett gifted me that. It's really good. It's really good. All right, I'm gonna Lily. Thanks for dropping by and thanks for telling me about stuff. All right, what am I doing here? There has to be a square. Filling in a square satisfies this one. Filling in a circle. Oh, not a circle. Starting from a circle satisfies this one. Filling in any number of squares satisfies this one. And that doesn't fill this in. So it's not just an intermediate. I have to start on a circle on this board. But it may be start on most. This one wanted me to fill in any number of squares. And this one wanted 3 shapes on the line? Start on most. Fill in any number of squares. And at least 3 shapes on the line. Start on most. Fill in any number of squares. And at least 3 shapes on the line. At least one of each shape. Wait, no, that's not true. Because this doesn't fill in the circle. I guess start on most. And then this is at least one of not most? At least one of not most? This is not 3 shapes on the line. I don't know what this is. I figured out start on most, though. That's good. I figured out that this is the solution for this, but I don't know why. I believe this is fill in... Okay. This really does feel like 3 shapes on the line. But one of them has to be unique, maybe? Three shapes on the line, at least two different, maybe at least 2 different shapes on the line? No. This is end on, not most. Start on most, end on most, and end on not most. Wait a minute. Not most, but like less than most. Because the 1 doesn't count for whatever reason. No? Oh, it's end on. It's end on. Right. Because this doesn't work either. And then this is, maybe this is like a pair? Except I don't need a pair, because this also works. Something to do with 3. Oh, okay, no. It's 4, 3, 2, 1. Start on most. Excuse me. Does it have to do with empty spots on the line? Why does this not work? Is it exactly start on 3, end on 2? It is exactly start on 3, end on 2. I have no idea what this is. Where's 3? 3 is squares, 2 is 8s. There's some rule about... There's some additional rule here, and I don't know what it is. Because this didn't work, but this did. Distance? Oh, yeah, there was something over here where, like, this didn't work and this did work. So maybe there's like a minimum distance to travel? But that doesn't fit this in? Never really figured out what one of the rules was, but beat the level anyway? Yeah. Yeah, I don't quite understand what the last rule is. I don't think it's exactly 4. Maybe it's exactly 4. Exactly 4 fits the solutions I have. Start on 3, end on 2, exactly 4 length. Yeah, that fits. Sure. I'll believe exactly 4 length. I see we're starting off strong. Boy, I really don't have enough information here. This is maybe contains exactly one shape, or exactly one kind of shape. I have no idea what this is. If I fill in all of one shape and none of another shape, that seems to satisfy both. This appears to be fill all of most. Okay, I still don't know what either of the rules is, but filling all of most and touching no shapes appears to satisfy both rules. I'm wrong? Any shape that is touched, fill in all of. Oh, this might be parity. Filled and unfilled must match. Right? 3 and 3. 2 and 2. 1 and 1. Any filled shape must be filled in, must have all of the shapes filled in. And then filled and unfilled must match numbers. At least they're not intermixed here. Seven. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Six and 1 matches 7. 3 and 4 matches 2 and 5. Great. As long as I can somehow keep my math single digit, I can do it. Neat. Yeah, I loved moving to here and just immediately being proven wrong. That was like, yeah, I have a working solution. I do not have a working solution. That was good. 4 rules? That's so many rules. At least it's single-digit rules. Yeah, that's true. This should be handleable. Alright, this appears to be 2-length line. This one is happy unless I fill in the triangle. So it's probably don't fill in least. How do you get the list? The full list? I don't know that I have a full list. Yeah, I don't think anything pulls the full list. You might be able to... Do I have anything that links you to the full list? I had a command that would link to the list. So I know that there's add quote and delete quote. And then quote will just get you a random quote. You can look on Nightbot. Nightbot has all of my commands. I think !commands will give you the list of commands. So you can see what commands exist. Yeah, other than that, I don't have an answer for you. There's a specific API it uses. So if you look up the details of the API that it's using, you might be able to to figure out how to get the list that you're looking for. Apparently it is quote space list. All right, so we have two length line. We have don't fill in least. This appears to be end on a shape or end on most. And this appears to be start on a shape or... Oh no. Why is 3 okay? This is not two length line. Maybe this is ending and starting match? Nope. I appear to still not have correct answers for any of these. The only one I'm confident about is don't fill in least. This one is don't fill in least. Ah, yes. Yes. I do remember that aspect of Goetia. I think I had the same problem in Quern. I couldn't tell the difference between a pentagon and a hexagon. That was the worst. What does this tell me? This doesn't care about symbols. This appears to care about line length. 2 and 3 both okay, maybe? This appears to care where I end. Yeah, 2 or 3 length line. You were expecting something totally different? Yeah, we're not playing Jet Set Radio. Sorry, Darkside. This appears to be start related. This appears to be end related. This appears to be line length. And this appears to be don't fill in triangles or don't fill in least. I guess I should leave this solved. This is not line length. This is something else. What is the something else? 2 is okay. 3 is okay. 4 is not okay. 5 is okay? 5 why? I have no reason to believe that that's correct. This is literally just triangles. It doesn't matter how many triangles we have. This is don't fill in triangles. Two is okay. 3 is okay. 4 is not okay. 5 is okay. 6 is not okay. 7 is okay. Is it primes? It's primes! This is primes! Okay, sure, fine. Primes, got it, love it, perfect. Why would they do that? You can't go even or odd, you gotta go primes? Might as well just do Fibonacci numbers. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. God damn. Start and end on circles, apparently, and don't fill in triangles. And primes. Why? Why? What is this shit? Okay, so, it kind of doesn't matter what's on the board, does it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 29? Sure. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. There we go. Good enough. Good enough. This rule is unbreakable on this page. And this one appears to be fill in all the spaces. This is wrong somehow? Oh, what? Why? Oh, no, I can break it. Why? What? Why? How come this is okay, but this is not okay? This has got to be like something to do with starting or ending. Maybe both. Start and end on different shapes. Something like that. Or just start and end on shapes. Believable. 1, 2, 3, 4 corners, maybe? Odd number of corners? No. Because this is not okay, but this is okay with 1 corner. But this is okay. Before primes was discovered, you were considering horizontal versus vertical lengths? Sure. There are a lot of possible properties. Okay. Was this not a solution just a half second ago? I'm glad you like it, Mr. Gecko. I'm very happy with it. There's definitely a lot of things that have been immortalized. And there's been a lot of games we've gone through. That was a lot of fun. 2 corners? 1, 2, 3, 4 corners? But like 6 corners not okay. It's not line length, because 4 is okay, but then 4 is not okay. Easy to assume it's line length when that's not true. Maybe it's line length. What if it's 6? What if it's line length? It's not line length. I don't get it! The board looks like? Sure. Sorry, let me put it back. I don't get it. I have start and end on a shape, and I have something that cares about how I draw the line, but I don't know what specifically it's looking for. OUO is acceptable, OWO is not. Yeah? That appears to be the case? This appears to care about filling in shapes. Oh, as long as all the shapes are filled in, this is happy. I still don't know what this cares about, though. Yeah, this doesn't care where I start and end as long as all the shapes are filled in. This doesn't care about the direction of the line. I keep wanting to think it has something to do with the amount of empty space on the board. that doesn't seem right. Yeah, this doesn't care whether they're at the starting or end points. Maybe it's something to do with length of line? Length of line seems plausible? No, it doesn't. Well, I really don't understand this one. I really, really don't understand this one. I mean, I can keep drawing solutions to puzzles until it works, but I can't tell you why it works. Yeah, no, we're not going out of bounds. Like, this would have me believe that it is amount of line between shapes. But, like, that should also satisfy that, and it doesn't. It's like almost every line I draw satisfies this, unless this is satisfied. In which case, a bunch of lines don't satisfy this. Oh, this one doesn't satisfy either of them. Interesting. Why? Why would you say that? Why would you say something so bold and yet so true? But why, though? Secret crowd control. I see. This is true. This is satisfied as long as this isn't satisfied. The rule is cannot satisfy rule 1. It's got to be something to do with how the lines interact with shapes. Does it matter what the shapes are? It doesn't seem to matter what the shapes are. Any line of 6 here works. But no other line does. There's only one line of 6 here, and that is the only line that works. However, this line of 4 works as long as it's not satisfying the first one. A line of 4 that satisfies the first one doesn't work for the second.
Get ready.
Maybe it's a certain length of line based on the number of shapes? Is this 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Damn it. This is actually the same line as this, if you bend it. 4 triangle, 4 circle. 1, 2, 3, 4 triangle, 1, 2, 3, 4 circle. Why does 2, 2, 2 not work? Four in between each shape. Exactly 4 in between each shape? And all shapes must be touched? But then... more than that between each shape doesn't work. Okay, that works. That works. Exactly 4 in between each shape. That seems likely. That seems workable.
Get ready.
Oh, this one's messy. None of this is any good. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Alright, so we have to use all of the available space in order to make this work. It's not going to work, is it? This kind of works. What if I start here instead? Yeah. Alright, 4 between each shape. And if there are no shapes on the line, then it's satisfied. I hate that it is satisfied with no shapes on the line. Which implies that it is a negative rule rather than a positive rule. Because that was throwing me for a long time. It's saying that no two shapes have a distance between them that is not 4. Rather than... No, I guess it's the same thing, right? Like, all shapes must have 4 spaces between them. And if there's no shapes, or only one shape, then the distance doesn't matter. Because there is no distance between two shapes. I hate it. I hate it. Got there. But this was a struggle. To question mark, here we go. Oh, this one can't go outside of the borders. So there's something else going on here. Alright. Starting on square satisfies 2. Starting on circle satisfies 1. Everything satisfies 3 unless the triangle is filled in. Ooh, square to circle doesn't work. Ending on square, then. And this hates triangles. Maybe this hates leasts? No. Circle and triangle are both least. Starting on lower, ending on upper. Starting on 1, ending on 4. But without filling in anything in between. Two triangles on this board. Wait, 4 circles on this board? 3 squares? Oh no. Help? Help? 3 squares, 3 triangles, but 4 squares actually. Okay, I can't fill in a triangle. So it's got to be square to square? Alright, this doesn't help. Great. There's nothing that fills 1. There is no starting arrangement that fills this circle. Bring up hints with Alt F4, convincing someone that the X in the upper right is involved with a puzzle. There might be a puzzle where that happens, but we haven't hit that yet. I'm I'm so worried that whether this shape is filled in is gonna matter. Oh, because it ended on the square. So whatever I do, it has to end on a square. I just don't know where it has to start. I can't find a circle to start from. Because I can't start on these circles. Wait, did that one move? That was here. The presence of the circle is based on where I ended the previous puzzle. Wow! Wow! I love it! Okay, so, that means we need to end here on the first one, so the circle is here, so we can go there, so we can end there, so we can end here, so we can have a circle on the last page. Oh, that's so good! This game is great. The questions are the reason to play this game. I'm definitely coming to agree with that. Man, I love how crazy these are. Oh, God, that was satisfying. Oh, there's so much going on. There's so much going on in these levels. All right. What are we doing here? We're drawing lines between shapes, I guess. All right, I don't know how to fill in the second one, but I need to... This is no shapes are filled in, probably. This is regions. Shapes don't share a region. Yeah, different shapes don't share a region. Sure. And no shapes are filled in. Seems plausible. Whoa, multiple worlds coming up. Suddenly worlds will be available. This is probably still... shapes aren't filled in. And this, I'm guessing, is same shapes don't share a region. So the opposite of the thing that we had before. Yeah, I had to fill in here and fill in here, and then figure out a way to separate everything. It turns out just draw in all the... Just draw everywhere. Just draw everywhere that's not a shape, and you've won. So it doesn't quite work, because there's the squares here share. So we gotta make sure that the squares don't share. And then everything is fine. Oh no. Oh. So same shapes can't share a region. Start on circle, end on square, same shapes can't share a region. Interiors don't count. Or different shapes can't share a region. What? I no longer understand. This works. This does not work. Why does this not work? Why does this work? The rules are different. The rules have changed. We still have start on circle, end on square. I'm okay with that. I just don't know what this one is. Something region-based, like this works. Maybe it's line length? Which is silly. It should be region-based. Why? Everything works. That doesn't work. Why does that not work? I don't understand. It's not just distance between the shapes, right? Something about, like, this doesn't work, but this does work. Maybe it's about the empty regions? Size of empty regions? Size and position of empty regions? Empty regions must be odd-sized? Nope. So close. Nice try. Extreme confusion. Am I creating regions that separate the circles and the squares somehow? Like, why would this not work when this works? Why would this work? Really feels like even odds for regions. For empty regions. There's a lot of lines that don't work, and I don't know why. This one doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Clearly missing something, but I don't know what the something is. Which is not to say that I can't solve the puzzle. I think I can solve the puzzle. I just don't know why. Just really, really confused about this one. Which makes me kind of unhappy. Do I want to know why? Not yet. I want to bash my head against the brick wall a little bit more. Maybe once I start getting a headache, I'll want to know why. And the why will be because I bashed my head against the brick wall. That's true. I do understand cause and effect enough to figure that one out. Is it anything with multiple separate regions? There has to be at least 2 blank regions? And it doesn't matter their relative size as long as there are exactly, no, exactly, at least 2 regions? I didn't end on the square. That's fair. 2 regions. Is there a way to make 3 regions out of this? Is there a way to make 3 regions out of this? I can make 1 region. That's 2 regions. Okay. Number of empty regions. Unless that number of empty regions correlates with something else that I'm doing on the line. But it looks like number of empty regions. One, 2, 3. Okay. Exactly 2 empty regions. Okay. Is that right, Hamu? Or am I still, like, getting it wrong, but it matches all my guesses? That's what you thought too. Okay. The triangle gets unhappy when it's filled in. I appear to need to go same shape to same shape. No. Wait, yeah. Oh. Nope. All my thoughts are wrong, although the triangle doesn't want to be filled in. This is don't fill in a triangle. What's up, Sainiku? This is fill in all the stars? You like puzzles? I like puzzles too. But sometimes puzzles are hard. Maybe it's something about shapes not sharing regions with each other, but it's treating empty and filled as separate regions, as opposed to treating the line as a blockade between regions, like it has in previous levels. Ooh, why? Maybe because multiple regions? Multiple empties? Multiple empties bad? Yeah. Okay, both stars are filled in, so this is happy. The triangle is not filled in, so this is happy. But this is unhappy, maybe because I have more than one empty region. Alright. Working theory, currently. Stars must be filled in. Triangles must not be filled in. There must not be more than one empty region. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? That's not going to work because of the triangle. That's not going to work because, well, because. Huh. Maybe not all triangles need to be filled in? Or stars? Hey! Wow, this is like a Cosmic Express puzzle. Trying to figure out where to draw the line so that the things arrange themselves in the way they need to be arranged. As opposed to just figuring out the rules. Neat. Why? All right. This circle appears to be unhappy when I fill in square. Yeah, so don't fill in square. The rules change for each set of puzzles. Correct, correct. Each puzzle has its own set of rules. Generally, rules correspond to a theme. So the theme of this one was the relationship between shapes. The theme of this one was relationships between groups of shapes. And the theme of this one so far has been regions. This appears to be start on circle, and this appears to be end on circle. This appears to be don't fill in square. I have no idea what the fourth one is. No matter what I'm doing, it appears to be fine for the fourth one. Ah, now we find some information about the fourth one. Maybe the fourth one is squares need to be divided. Start on circle, end on circle, don't fill in squares, squares need to be divided. That's my theory. There we go. Sure, yes. They don't join across the diagonal. Fine, no problems. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Really? I think you forgot the squares in this one. Nope, I don't know. I give up. That's fine. Everything's fine. We solved it. It's great. Move on. Yeah, that's why it's the big circle instead of the individual little dots. Is it's like either you don't get the feedback anymore. This is the hard one. This is the put it all together and what have you got? Cool. Is this like start on circle, end on circle again? Don't fill in squares and pairs in regions? If only I could actually draw. Yeah. Pairs in regions, but they don't have to be squares. They can be pairs of other things. They could be apples and pears. Or they could be different. They could just be different shapes, as long as you have 2 unfilled shapes per region. Starting with a circle, ending with a circle, exactly 2 unfilled shapes per region. Still can't fill in squares, though. This one gets unhappy if you fill in a square. Which means one of these squares has to be paired with a circle. No? Why? Pair of squares? Pair of squares? Okay, that works for these two. Okay, that works. Why does this not work? Maybe the other pair also needs to be square and circle? I clearly do not understand Rule 4 as well as I'd like to. Because these are fine in the same region. Maybe regions need to match? But I still can't fill in squares. But I still also need to start and end on circles. Regions need to match. In addition to not filling in the squares. Oh, but if it's all one region... No, if it's all one region, it still doesn't count. It's still unhappy about that. Kind of just making lines and not really thinking about it. How do I make regions match on this board? What happens if I start and end on square? Nope. Regions need to match? This really feels like it should work. Excuse me? What did I do differently the last time I separated a 2-square region and a square circle region? Is it symmetry? It doesn't matter what shapes are in there as long as the shapes are in the same place? And here there's only one region, so it doesn't care? No, these aren't symmetric. Well, I guess the relationship between the shapes are the same, even though the regions are different. So what did I do differently here the first time I set this up? How did I do this wrong? Like this? No, that's obviously wrong. I left a one-space region with 0 shapes. Did I? So every blank region has to have 2 shapes in it. Rather than shapes need to be paired off in regions. I had a one-space region with 0 shapes. How did I even draw that? I don't even know how I drew that. Look at the bottom left, yeah. Oh, did I go like that? Ah. Okay, I left an extra region. Okay, so the solution that I was going for does in fact work. But now I found an edge case of the rule that I didn't previously understand. Great. I don't like it. Something like this. Except there's all these open spaces here that I'm not allowed to have. The regions don't need to be symmetric as long as each region has 2 in it. Sure. Whew. That was a struggle! That was a struggle. What a fight. What a fight. Five rules! Rude. Both of these rules are satisfied by every single dot arrangement except for the one where I fill in the triangle. These 2 rules appear to be the same rule for right now, which means there's not enough variation on this board to figure it out. This looks like start circle and square. Pretty straightforward. This appears to be triangles don't share a region with other shapes, which may be more general. Shapes don't share a region with other shapes. Shapes don't share a region with shapes that are not them. Something like that. Easy peasy. Separate the triangles. Alright, I have 3 rules that I don't understand yet, and they all appear to revolve around separating triangles. This is where I need to make the regions match. Making the regions match isn't good enough. What? Why does this work and this doesn't work? This one. One of these is don't fill in triangles. I don't know which one. Is it because... Wait. One of these is don't fill in triangles. This appears to have to do with a triangle's position in an empty region. I'll bet the other one of these is no empty regions without triangles. Yeah, don't fill in triangles, no empty regions without triangles. Something. Something about the size of regions with triangles in them? Oh, why doesn't this work for that? Empty regions need to be bigger than unempty regions? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or parity. Parity works. It's been the same in each of them. 5, 5, 5? Yep. 5, 5, 5? Oh, 5, 5, 7. 5, 5, 8? It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work either. 6s! 6s for everybody. 7s? 7's good? Heck? I gotta do math. I don't want to have to do math. Alright. Assuming I divide it into 3 regions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8 times 9 is 73. Each region needs to be 24. Which is these... Whatever. Look, 24 plus 24 plus 24 equals 73. Don't worry about it. Each region needs to be 24. And the triangles need to be separated from each other. 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 4. This doesn't work. Because it's 18 for the top triangle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. What if it's like this region here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. This whole block is 24. This leaves 9 times 2, 18 on the right. So it needs another 6, which is that bottom row. Four regions! I held up 8 fingers. Don't worry about that. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 12 times 8 is 80 plus 16 is 96. 96 divided by 4 is 12 times 4. No, it's 12 times 2 is 24. 24 each region again. Are you liking this insight into how I do math? 24 for each of them. And I can't just cut away corners, because the circle and the square are far away from each other. Some weird-ass ways to do math, no lies. I look for shortcuts. I always do math as shortcuts. I don't actually just do the math. I figured out how the pieces of it separate out, and then pull out the pieces that I can, and then do the math that way. 24 for each region. Which is 4 times 6, we decided? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, like... quote-unquote works for me. Yeah, sometimes I come up with 73. So this is 24 in the top left. I do it like Common Core tries to teach math. Well, I actually never put that together. Yeah, you might be right. And then I need to come down this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is 24 in the top right. Six, 6, 6. This is 6, 12, 18, 21. So 3 of these. So I need to do that. The puzzle of the feast. That's cool. Once I figured out what was happening here, this is actually really satisfying. That sure is a lot of math, though. What? Okay, at least that. Alright, so we got 3 dots. The dots do not care about my ending or starting positions. Shapes don't need to be separated from each other necessarily. But this is leading me to believe that shapes need to be separated from themselves. So this looks like we gotta separate circles and circles. And at least one of these is don't fill in any shape. Looks like the front one. I'm guessing this is don't fill in any shape. This one appears to be... I'm guessing. I'm extrapolating here. I'm guessing this one is no two of a shape in a region. And then this one is something to do with this square. At least one region has to have multiple shapes in it or something? Apparently you can have pairs together. Maybe it's circles. Circles can't be together, squares must be together. Maybe this is squares must be together. Alright, if we assume the rules are can't fill in shapes, circles must be separated, squares must be together. That's what we're working with. Well, that's not possible. That immediately worked. Why? Okay, so it's not that all the squares have to be together. Escalating number of squares in regions? No, because this is 0 and 2. There's some weird thing going on here with squares, and I don't know what it is. All the circles need to be in their own region. That much I've got. Every region needs a... Nope, not every region needs a square. Each region needs a different number of squares? Alright, that's now my working theory, is don't fill in shapes, circles must be separated, each region needs a different number of squares. That's a weird rule. Why is this satisfied by this? Why am I starting here? Okay, I got some weird feedback on that, but the assumption is still holding true for this. Even though circles were filled in weird ways when I had incorrect solutions. One, 0, 1, and 3, sure. 2 in the bottom right, 3 on the left, 2 on the left. Can't do 2 on the left. 2, 1, 5, and 0. Yes. Okay, was I right on the rules for this one, Hamu? Like, it ended up working the way I wanted it to, given my theory, but I'm still not exactly certain that I had the rules exact. And I want to know if I had the rules exact or not. Again, assuming that you know. I don't know that... Like, it works. It fits. I was able to design solutions using my theory, and my solutions were accepted. I don't know. It's a weird one. That's a weird one. Okay. So this one has to do with separating shapes. This one has to do with... Well, it's not starting circles or ending circles. It's having only circles? Oh, you don't have to go through that effort, Hamu, if you don't want to, but I appreciate it. Now you have it up. That's fair. Maybe filled in only contains circles? Something to do with separating shapes and something I have no idea. Or parity. This appears to be parity. 3 and 3. Nothing to do with separating shapes. Maybe this is like no mixed shapes in the line, and this is fill in all squares, or I'll fill in all circles, something like that. Okay, we have parity. We did not fill in any squares. We filled in all circles. Parity doesn't match here because it's a 1, a 2, and a 3. It's not 3 total and 3 total. It's 3 and 3. I don't think it needs to be symmetry. I think it's counting rather than shaping the region. But I could be wrong. That's a thing that we'll keep in mind. Maybe this is don't fill in squares? This is don't fill in squares. We have don't fill in squares. We have parity of regions. I'm assuming parity for now. And we have, I'm assuming, fill in all circles. Fill in all circles. Parity of regions? How do I parity of regions and also not fill in squares? Maybe I just... Heh. I don't like this. Oh, this doesn't match for parity either. Ah, so it's not just parity. Or even symmetry. There's more to it. Maybe it has to do with number of shapes filled in? No, because that's not it here. What? What? Maybe squares need a minimum number of space? Squares need threes? Squares need threes? Squares need threes. Alright. Fill in all circles. Don't fill in squares. Squares need threes. I want to do 1, 2, 3, 4. But how do I... Oh, I do it like this. It's not a 3 for the square. Ah, it is if I go a little bit further. Empty regions that don't have squares in them. Okay, sure. I can see why that would be a problem. Any empty region must have a square in it and must be of size 3. Oh, maybe not must have a square in it? Can I test that? Any empty region must be of size 3. All empty regions must be of size 3, regardless of whether or not they contain a square. Fill in no squares, fill in all circles. Three? 3? No. These need to be separated. As do these. Distressing. Because I need to get exactly this square without getting this square. All right, let's start with this then. Let that one go. But then this is a dead end. I can only have so many dead ends and make this work. I'm gonna have to take this one to paint, aren't I? What if I have another empty region that's, I mean, aside from this just not working? 3, 3, 3, and 4. Terrible news. Empty regions can't touch. And the empty regions cannot set it up so that the circles are separate from each other, because I need to fill in both the circles. So there needs to be some path between the empty regions in this area. Excuse me? Oh, no, these are all correct. It's just... Oh, this one is wrong. Right. There we go. Yeah. I would have figured it out eventually, yes. Like, I can't do 3 vertical here, because then there's no legal arrangement of this region up here. This could be 3 across. Or this could be an L. It can't be this L, because it can't be the circle. So it could be this L, or it could be 3 across. And I'm back at this, and I need to jump this gap somehow. None of these squares can be in the same region as another square. They're not close enough to each other. I'm taking this to paint. Here. Excuse me? What the hell is going on here? All right. Can you see what I'm working with here? This is too big. That is the right size, but now... problems. All right, paint. Resize yourself. Hello? Fit to screen. Perfect. Perfect. I did it. All right. So I need to make regions here, right? If, oh god, why? If this is one of my regions, then we have a lot of freedom with the other regions, right? I could do something like this, for example. Something like this, for example. But then this needs to be its own region, and I have too many dead ends, right? There's only so many dead ends I can allow myself. This cannot be arranged such that any square is cut off. But something like this could work, except now there's an extra dead end here. 1, 2, 3 dead ends. That's not going to work. So what if something like this and this? Does this work? Can I trace this route? No, because now I have 2 dead ends across this one gap. This is the hard square, the one right in the middle. If this, then this can't be like this. So this has to be like this. Or like this even. As long as I can manage where the dead ends are. Maybe I can set this up so there's no dead ends, right? Like this, so this is an easier region to draw. And then this region ends up being this, maybe? This looks viable so far. And then this has to be a 3. And now I have 2 dead ends again. So this doesn't work either. I could do a bigger brush so you can see what I'm drawing better. Does that look better? Looks a little better. I see it flickering on OBS, and I'm not sure why. It's not flickering on my screen. It's just OBS is flickering. So with this setup, like, I can draw the left side, but I don't see any way to draw this. It's fine on your end? Okay, cool. If it's not flickering on for you, then great. I don't see any way to draw this region, because that's not going to work. And that's not going to work, because now they can't cross. Can I pair these into one region? Like, have it be this whole one big region? I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can have a 6. I think the squares all need to be separated from each other. What if the squares don't need to be separated from each other, actually? Let's experiment. Can I draw a 6 with 2 squares in it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for example. No. So 2 squares can share a 3, but they cannot share a 6. So what are my other options? If I do this, then this has to be something like this. There's no other way to draw this region. Because I can't go all this way, right? I can't have a blank touching a square. So this and this cannot be part of your region. And if this is here, this can't be part of your region. So if neither of these can be part of your region, and we can't enclose a space separately, so I can't do this, for example, because now these two are cut off and can't join the line. So it has to be this. Except there's no way to draw this. Right? If I come out here, 1, 2, 3, 3, then I have to come back here and grab the circle. If I come here and go out this way, now I go up here, and I have to take the square, so I can't do that. And I can't leave this open because this is left open. So this can't be this arrangement. This has to be this region for this square. So if I'm doing something like this, how could I do this? Like this? And then I have 4 over here again. God damn it. I keep ending up in the situation over here where it's messy. I don't think I can reasonably set it up so that we're doing this. Because then I'm stuck with this dead end here. And I have to figure out a way to navigate more dead ends over here. So I think this has to be this kind of region. I think this has to be this kind of region. Let's see if we can figure it out from here, right? With this kind of region, how do I do the rest of this? Something like that. I end up going like this. Which gives me 3, 3, 3, and 2. But the problem is this square needs to be filled in, so I need to go all the way across. So if I can figure out a way to do this without filling in one of these two, which I don't think I can. Can I do something like this? Then coming down out of here. Can I do something like this? Oh, and then instead of this, do this? Is this legal? I don't think that's legal. Is there a world in which this is a thing? And then I come out here and go around this way? Yeah! This looks like it works, right? That looks like 3. Gotta make sure I can see this thing so I can draw it. This looks like... Hey! Thank you, Paint. I appreciate your service. Ah, what a struggle. Well, one of these is do not fill in any shapes. Probably this one. And this one is make pairs. This one dictates the shape and availability of regions. So far, making pairs works. Okay. Okay. Ah. Okay, and if I mix shapes, this one is unhappy. So still making pairs. It turns out pairs can share a region if I want them to. Ah, but the squares need to be in a region of their own. Yeah. Nice pairs, nice pairs. This one feels very The Witness. I mean, there's literally a shape that means this exact thing in The Witness, so it is very close to a Witness mechanic. Whereas many of the other rules have been a little less witnessy. Three question is here to play. The square runs away? The square runs away. Okay, sure. Yeah, that could be a thing we're doing here, I guess. None of the rules appear to care about the pentagons or the 8 stars explicitly. This appears to be end on square. This appears to be start on circle. And these two are not happy with this for some reason. Yeah, end on square. And then there's got to be something with regions and pairs. All right. Chase that square. The regions don't have to be the same size. But we'll assume the pairs thing is still happening, which is why they're using this shape, because that is the pair shape from Witness. Ah, it's not end on square. Wait, maybe it is end on square. It is end on square, and all shapes run? All shapes run. Holy crap, what a mechanic. Get up there, you idiot. How do I gotta chase these shapes all around. Oh my god, where am I taking these shapes? There you go. Get in your corner. This isn't it? I have an extra region. I can't have extra regions. There we go. Each region needs a pair in it. And I gotta start on circle. Okay, yeah. We're doing some witnessy stuff here. I'm into it. But also scary. Run! Run, run, or you'll be well done! Just bullying shapes. Oh, I have to fill in the entire board. There can't be any empty region here. And I have to end on square. Oh, no. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Oh, I can chase the circle around too. How fun. Oh my god. This is so close. How do I even get all the squares, actually? Like... Can't I not get all the squares? Maybe I don't need to get all the squares. This is unhappy. I think that means I can't have any empty regions. I can bully the circle out. Wow. I can bully the circle. I can bully the circle into a new starting space. Oh my god, this is wild. Okay, I can bully the circle into a new starting space. Alright, where am I bullying the circle to? Is it this one? Is it this spot? It could be anywhere, really. Amazing! Wow, what a level. Oh, I have an empty one in the bottom. This isn't gonna work. I need to not have any empty regions. Alright, so broadly that works. What a mechanic. Oh my god. Oh, very cool. Very, very cool. Okay. I need to take a break before we move on from here. 24.8% complete. Probably not finishing the game tonight, so expect more of this on Tuesday. But let me go to break screen real quick. And when I come back, we'll continue with whatever these things are with the embedded shapes right next to each other, little L's together. They're spooning. They're having a good time. And I'll be back in a bit. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you folks soon. Alright, I am back. Water in hand. Refreshed. Ready to continue solving puzzles. Ready for more puzzles? I love that we have like 4-9 sitting here, just waiting to be looked at. Like, we just got it unlocked early because 3-9 happens to be adjacent to it. That's really funny. Alright, no, we're gonna do this in order. You can't stop me. What's the 411? Haha. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. What does this mean? We do require information. There's so much information we require. So it appears to be, so far, start circle, end square, don't draw on triangle, and mystery function. Alright, mystery function. What is the mystery function? Why does this work? I feel like it's something to do with the shape of the line. Or something to do with, like, drawing along the edges? Really? This violates this circle. Oh, so I guess every empty region needs to have a triangle in it, is what this circle is. Rather than don't draw on triangles. Yeah. Okay, sure. Sure. Fine. Valid. I still don't know what this is, though. Maybe the empty region needs to be a square? Empty region might need to be squares. Square, not a square. Distressing. Maybe it's not squares? It sure looks like squares. Like this made a square. Rectangle not good enough? Oh, but we can do this. That's square and square. Yeah, looks like squares. The triangles cannot share a region. Each empty region requires exactly one triangle. Sure, I can make squares. I know how to make squares. Oh. Hey, look. More zones. Additional zones have been discovered. Ooh. This validates 4. We have start on circle, end on square, something to do with triangles and empty regions, and then something. This does not validate 4. That validates 4, as does that. But 3 and 3 in a different arrangement does not validate 4. Maybe empty regions have to be straight lines? Empty regions have to be straight lines, and I think this is, again, every empty region needs exactly one triangle. Rude. Sure. Vertical lines also okay. Empty regions with no triangles also okay. No more than one triangle per empty region? Wait a minute. This is not going to be real. Yeah, okay. How do I test? Oh, this does satisfy this. Maybe this is literally just don't draw on triangles. All triangles must be in empty regions. We haven't yet had the opportunity to disprove triangles sharing regions. Yeah. Yeah. Terrible news. News continues to be terrible. This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. Oh, this is gonna work. This isn't gonna work. This matches, but this doesn't. Here we go. Two straight lines. Except I have drawn on a triangle. These triangles might be able to share a region, but because of the positioning, they can't share a region and still validate straight lines. This works if I grab these first. There we go. And again, since I'm starting here, there's no way for triangles to share regions. Valid! I don't like it. Excuse me. Huh. This is suspicious. So there's something to do with size of empty regions, but also no empty regions is okay. Except for the fact... Oh, no, there's 2 rules getting violated by this. It doesn't have to do with the position of the circle in the empty region. So far. That's so fascinating that this violates the first 2, but the third one's okay. And then all my other options, third one is not okay. And then this third one is okay. And then, yeah, drawing more than one space violates the third one in every orientation. Except filling them all in. So the third one probably has to do with relative size of empty spaces, of empty regions. Maybe empty regions must be bigger than filled regions or something like that. One of the first 2 has to do with shapes. And not drawing on shapes. We'll get more information out of the next puzzle. Parody. Excuse me? Empty regions must be 3s? Maybe this is empty regions must be 3s. And once again, the first 2 both have to do with drawing on the circles. Oh, the second one doesn't have to do with drawing on the circle. It has to do with maybe number of empty regions. I don't know the rules. I still don't know the rules. Not 3s, but L shapes? I mean, this is the shape zone. And single shots are not okay. Something to do with number of empty regions again. That's interesting that this satisfies this one, but not this one. All right, so this reinforces L shapes. For empty regions. We said one of these two has to do with drawing on circles. It's probably this one. This one... Maybe every empty region has to have a circle in it? I want this and also this, right? Or just like... Every empty region has to have a circle in it. Maybe the arrangement is like this is going to be the empty instead? Oh, that's so much easier to manage. Yeah, we know the circle doesn't need to be in the middle of the empty. It just needs to be in an empty. Ah, my God, I could have done that forever ago. And I believe... We're going to test this, actually. Do they need to be in separate regions? Yes. All right, so exactly one empty... Exactly one circle per empty region. That's what this is. I don't know what this is. Probably don't draw in circles. Almost works. Once again, they don't need to be in the corner. Right? That's a valid region. Likewise, that is a valid region. No? Oh, yeah, because they need to be separated. Sure. Easy. Yeah, no problems. Okay. Yeah, not that bad. Took a bit to figure out the rule, but not that bad once I get there. There are some rules here. So the middle rule has to do with shapes of regions, probably? Or size of regions? And the first rule appears to be don't fill in shapes. And I don't appear to be able to violate the third rule? Nothing I can do can violate the third rule. Love it. All right. Great. This is the same puzzle, just turned on its side. What am I meant to learn from this? Orientation of region doesn't matter. Regions probably still matter. So I am working off of separate pairs into their own regions. They are allowed to have empty space in their regions, but no empty region is allowed to exist without a pair. Empty regions need to match in size. Yeah, empty regions need to match in size. Do empty regions need to match in orientation? This doesn't work. Why does this not work? I mean, this clearly doesn't work. But that violates third rule. So second rule has to do with pairs. You don't understand the concept? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I'm pretty sure that's what is love. Yeah, y'all are doing fine without me. Keep going. You're fine. Boink. Three and three, but this doesn't work. I guess because the shapes aren't exactly the same. So in what way do the shapes need to be exactly the same? Like this? This doesn't quite work. This is difficult to pull off. Start up here. This is not manageable. What about this shape? Disaster. What about... Alright, Formal. I'll play your game. I'm not sure what you're apologizing for. It was a good joke. Oh. I'm... dumb. I just, well, you know, it just looked like there might... might be other things one would have to do in a level like that. I don't... Aw, really? Too bad. This is awkward. This needs, at minimum, this shape. Well, could be something like that. But then they'd have to be touching. So... something like that. And then... something like that. Oh, maybe it's something like this. And then you have a similar shape here. But then it cuts off. Sorry for my loss. I could maybe make loss in this, but it's hard to do loss with a single line. Well, we have parity on the empty regions, but the shapes, they are not happy. One empty region is parity. Really? One empty region is parity, you say? But then they're not happy because they're with other shapes of the same shape. It's really a shame that this just doesn't work. That would be great. So these two need to be separated from each other. Right? That has to be filled in. There is no way to separate those two from each other without filling the space in. So, start with that. Oh, so maybe we have a shape like this? Hey, cool. All right. So this is the puzzle that I thought this was going to be. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Yeah, the shapes can't be rotated. They have to be the same. This is a rotational symmetry. Why do I keep doing that? Why do I keep forgetting that symmetry is a word? I keep feeling like I have to invent a longer word that means the same thing. I do that entirely too often. Which would overlap there. So... is there some aspect to this that I'm missing? Or... ah, it can be these two together and these two together, as long as the shapes are the same. To just figure out a way to make that happen. Like, what if... these two in a region of some kind. It can't be... No, I can't do that. Can't do that. Oh, that's too much to ask for. I mean, surely it's not like that, right? Because you can't have rotational thing. These two have to be filled in. This spot and this spot have to be filled in, no matter what. Maybe I can do it in threes? Like, maybe it can be 3 here, and then 3 here, and then 3 here? With, like, better drawing? This makes that a little difficult, doesn't it? Like, it is not necessarily clear to me that they have to be separated in that particular way, right? This worked, as did this. But maybe, like, this region and this region and this region would also have worked. If I could manage to draw that thing. No, this violates more than one rule. Not just the parity of regions rule. There needs to be, like, the pairs need to match up. But maybe each of these can be in their own region? Their own one space region, we just draw everything else? This doesn't seem like it's going to work, does it? Damn it! This should have worked. Oh, but then I still need to separate here. I think I understand the rule, but I'm not entirely sure that the rule allows for a possible solution here. Which probably means I don't understand the rule. It's only 4-4. This is just gonna get worse. Yeah, that doesn't work. No shape that ends up adjacent to these will work. So in fact, no shape that ends up adjacent to these will work. So I've got to do something weird. But without rotational symmetry, the weird things don't work either. Like, I can't just leave this whole center thing open, right? I can't just... This is the solution, right? Where else can I practice other things that might be real? To try and find out whether or not I am missing possible solutions. Can this do exactly this thing, but in twos? No, they need to be paired together. So how am I pairing them together while still allowing room for a symmetrical extra region that pairs the other two together? That doesn't even seem real. Unless... No, I didn't think so. Because this doesn't work. Because these regions are not symmetrical. They are rotationally symmetric, but they are not the same shaped region. How do I make them the same shaped region? These are, again, not the same shaped region. Oh! Oh. It's possible to do a Z that then Z's further up. Right? So something like this. And then like that. I am taking this to paint again. Thank you. Paint, where are you? Here we go. So what we are looking at is something like this. Is that right? That's too far. Once again, too far. Wow, I am very good at drawing. So like this? Can I draw this? Yeah, easy. Where am I starting? Here. Oh, that's wrong. Here. Whew, that took some effort. Man, I had to do this exact same thing in Taiji so many times. I don't know how it took me so long to figure this out. Man, distressing. I think it stumped me like a million times in Taiji, too. I think every time it came up in Taiji, I was like, no, I don't know, this is impossible. How do you do it? That wasn't supposed to be the hard one. You just beat Dodeca Dragons? What the hell is Dodeca Dragons? This sounds like some Final Fantasy shit. It's an incremental. Oh, that's exciting. Alright, I'll check that out. Alright, I love solutions. Solutions are great. Wow, this solves the problem, except 770 hours! Ah, that's a good time scale. Probably. That's no universal paperclips, but it is nice to have an ending. Even if it's 700 hours in. I think I beat Increlution in... You know what? I bet once Increlution is done, it'll probably be around that same time scale. Because I feel like it was about 300, 400 something hours before I beat Increlution given its current content. Still in Chapter 2 of Increlution. How are you liking it? I, surprised myself. I am apparently enough into Increlution that I wanted to NG Plus it. Well, there's a lot of rules, and I don't know what any of them are. It's a lot of waiting at the start of every run. It's true. Yeah, once you get deep enough that you don't have anything to do right when you press start, it's generally about 10 to 15 minutes of waiting, and then you get to start making decisions again. Which is part of what makes it an idle game, I think. So it is the kind of thing where I'll, like, finish a run and then just let it sit and store up idle time. There is a setting, by the way, I don't know if you have this setting turned on or not, that allows it to basically store up extra speed for the amount of time that the game is sitting between runs. So if you finish a run and then close out and then come back to it a half hour later, it'll zoom through everything you have automated until you can make a decision. It's just a setting. You don't have to find it. There's some somewhat esoteric settings in that game. So it's just a little difficult to understand exactly what decisions you're making when you're in the settings screen. All right. What am I doing here? This appears to be no shapes are filled in. That's cool. This is... maybe we're making similar regions, but they can't be the same shape? So this might be empty regions can't be the same shape as other empty regions. And this might be empty regions have to have the same size as other empty regions. So you have to do like rotational things, or maybe you can work it some other way. This might be empty regions can't have more than one star. And this might be you can't step on a star. That kind of accounts for everything, right? So like, this doesn't work, right? Not all empty regions are the same size. These empty regions have the same shape. The stars are separated. This is... oh, and this region doesn't have a star. Hey. Okay, okay. And this is size. Cool. What about shape? This is the same size empty region. But I guess... what about this? Okay. These are the same shape empty regions. I guess this is accounting for rotation or something. Not just same size, but same like rotated shape. Yeah, that's not gonna work. It needs to be like 3 and 3, or 2 and 2, which is easy to do. I don't know what about squares. Split the squares, just slot them in the same way you're slotting in the stars? Sure. So now we have this and this because rotation. Yeah. Heck! What do I do with only one square? It could be this and this. No, that's not legal. Maybe it's 3 different regions, like this and this and this. Or something? What? Oh, this is just empty regions aren't the same size. Or aren't the exact same. Maybe it's like this and this. That seems like it would work. Cool. It has to be like this, right? Why does this not work? Do all of the stars need to be in their own region? All of the stars need to be in their own region. So it's probably like this, right? One of these in each corner. That's not going to work. So is it like this? But then they're touching, which is not going to work. Maybe like this then? They're still touching. Maybe further out? No, now they're definitely touching. Maybe like this. I mean, it could just be this, right? In each corner? No. Because you can't get the lines filled in here. Does that work? Yes, in fact, it does. Good news, everybody. Eh? This being against the wall kind of limits me. What if it's this? And then this? And then this? Is that real? It turns out it is real. Hooray! What did I screw up? What did I do to you? Okay. Great, love it. Superb. I don't feel good about these rules. I feel like I am trial and erroring them, and I get to the end and they still work, and I'm like, but I wasn't sure. Like, that's cool that you let me beat the level, but I'm still not sure about the rule. That's happening for all of these in 4. I don't know, something about 4 is like harder to nail down. This one might be regions can't be the same count, like size. It's more than that, though. Maybe regions need to be squares? Regions need to be squares, and regions can't be the same size? Maybe that is not 2 separate rules. Maybe it's 1 rule? One rule where they need to be squares and they need to be different sizes? There does appear to be a can't draw on shapes rule. And then shapes need to be separated. And then just the one rule dictating shapes, dictating empty regions. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I was completely wrong about how this worked. Just the wrongest. Wow, how wrong I was. Why doesn't this work, honestly? What does that mean? I don't know what any of these rules are. I know the first rule. I know rule number 1. That is the only rule I know. Extremely unconfident about all the rest of these rules. Well, this gives me a small square and a big square, so this is happy. Oh, maybe I need to do this? And then it doesn't matter where the squares are in the shapes, but there needs to be a small square and a big square. Small square, big square. How about just big square? Shoulda known. Alright, small square, big square. Excuse me? Maybe rectangle? Small rectangle, big rectangle. I have discovered mirroring, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey. What if 2 small squares? No, 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 no. What if small rectangle, big rectangle? Gotcha. I figured you out. I've solved your make different shapes puzzle. Small square, big square. Oh, it needs to be a bigger small square. Correctly ratioed small square, big square. What shape do you think this is? Reveal to me your secret, shapes. Does it have to be 2 regions? Does it have to be 2 regions? In addition to don't draw on squares, does it have to be 2 regions? Like this is small square, biggest square? That is illegal. So what if it's 1? What if it's 4? What if it's 3, actually? And then we have 3, 3, 3, big square. What if I drew the shape correctly? Doesn't need to be squares. Just need to be small shape, big shape. Small shape, big shape. Let's go. What is my small shape? What is my big shape? Alright. My big shape is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. My big shape is... Yes, it is big spoon, little spoon. Correct, Formal. My small shape is like this. My small shape is like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe? My small shape is like this. This is my small shape. I don't know how to make that happen, actually. Maybe this is my small shape? That's my small shape. Yahtzee. Big spoon, little spoon. I like that. 4-6 is forever going to be big spoon, little spoon. Same thing, except a square represents a triad. Each square represents a 3 instead of a 4. And also don't draw on squares. Yeah. And exactly 2 regions, I guess. Yeah, exactly 2 regions. Ha! What is my big shape and what is my little shape? What if little shape is like this? How does big shape work? Is big shape like this? Because that's a lot to draw. It's got to include these 3. Big shape. Big shape has to include a lot of things here. Big shape has a lot of work to do. What if orientation doesn't matter? I don't know how to make orientation not matter, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how to position things so that orientation doesn't matter here. Alright, what if this is the small and this is the big? Just for the sake of argument. Sure, but I can't draw in squares. What if this is the shape? It's not going to work. What if this is the shape? That works, but also don't draw in squares. Okay, great. What if 3, 3, right? 2 and 3, 3? Can't draw this. This is difficult to draw. What if 3, 3? Is that real? That is not real. What if multiple smalls and bigs? Like, what if 3 and also 3? This almost works. Except for how it doesn't work. How would this work? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3? No. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. But then they're in the same shape. That's not going to work. They're, like, connected to a region. I think they would need to be connected to a region, actually. No. I want them to not be connected to a region. Okay, what if the smalls are in the middle, right? Oh! Rule 3 is okay with this, but not rule 2. Do I know which rule is which? Not in the slightest. I know rule 1 is don't step on squares. I thought rule 3 was the big little rule. Interesting that this allows the big little rule to be okay. So what is rule 2? Because these two don't have to be next to each other. These two are next to each other, and that's fine. Maybe it's like this and like this or something. This violates the symmetry of shapes. I don't understand what rule 2 is. That violates rule 2 now. When I've got them all in their own regions, that violates rule 2. Maybe it's any set of 3? Like this is 6? So if I could make this 2 in some direction, that would work? I don't know how to make this 2 and not overlap. Huh. What is happening here? I guess maybe I've been making a mistake as treating it the same as 6 with just a different arrangement. Because that's sure what it looked like up until now. Damn it! What? Why? This is what that shape grows into? Boy, that's suspicious. Okay, I guess. I don't know why this wouldn't work. This feels closer to an extension of this. But also, it's bigger and it's medium and biggest, as opposed to, like, there's an intermediate step, or there should be. You had to look this one up because you completely forgot how it worked. Yeah, this is a weird one. I don't understand the rule. What is this? Why does this work? What is going on here? All right. This is clearly not a big spoon, little spoon scenario. I don't know what it's doing. I straight up have no idea what it's doing. All I am doing is drawing a path between shapes and hoping that it works out. Maybe it has to do with, like, the path I'm drawing instead of the shapes I'm making? No idea. Why doesn't this work? This should work. This should absolutely work. You're wrong, game. No. No, I don't get it. I don't get it. Alright, we still gotta get 2 regions. This appears to care about region count. So we still gotta do 2 regions. There needs to be some shape relationship between the regions that this one is trying to account for. And that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is the part I do not get. This is me not getting it. Because why the hell should this work? Actually, this was fine on Rule 3, wasn't it? So Rule 3 allows shapes to be the same size. But Rule 2 dictates that there only be 2 regions. 2 empty regions, I should say. Does there not need to be a relationship between the two regions? They just need to be asymmetric? But these are symmetric. My dude, what? Maybe it has to do with the amount of space in the region that is not taken up by the shape. Right? This has 3 dots. This has 2 dots. But if there's no empty space, then it just doesn't care. But then why wouldn't this work? Like, this should work just as well. What about this is unique relatively? One and a 3, like this in the curve. 1 and a 3, and then you have 1 and this enormous thing. 1 and an 8. And then this is a 2 and a 2. Like, what is going on? There's got to be a specificity to it that I don't understand. Like, clearly, it cares about the empty space in the region. But it is caring about the empty space in the region in a way that makes no sense to me. Not covered equals square number? I don't believe that's true. Or at least if it is true, not in a way that I understand. I mean, this let me do the same thing, right? The 4 and the 5? Alright. Why? I want to say it's something that has to do with how you're drawing the line, but like this doesn't match my previous theories. This is a 3 and this is like this 6 thing. This is a 4 and a 5 for whatever reason. This is the same 4 and 5. 2 and 2. 1 and 8. 1 and 3. Maybe there's like specific shapes that work. And if it has to be like one of those specific shapes. I am straight up guessing here. And I am not happy about it. Thought maybe it'd be like the bigger 3 and 3. It's not how this works though. The 6 works. Maybe the 10 works? I don't know how to draw that. I think that's not possible to draw. Maybe instead of the 12, it's a 13? Like that? That shape? Like that? That's not right. Like that. Well, the shapes are symmetrical this time, at least. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the shapes need to not be symmetrical. I still can't draw a 10. But maybe one of them is this 13 and the other is the straight up 12? Or... I have no idea. I have no idea! What is the relationship it's trying to get me to assume? It's not just a different amount of white space, because only specific shapes are being accepted. It's like, it makes somewhat sense with the 1s and the 3s until you get to here. It's like, what even is going on? And this just throws everything out there. Like, I really don't understand what it's trying to get me to assume here. Like, this makes no sense to me. Like, okay, this teaches me that the locations of the squares don't actually matter within the shape. But there are certain shapes that are acceptable. And I don't know exactly what those shapes are. And also, there can only be 2 regions. Like, why isn't this okay? Something to do with the square is not actually counting or something? Yeah, I am confident on don't draw on squares and there must be 2 regions. And I have no idea what it is trying to get at with this 3rd rule. Boy, have I guessed a bunch of correct solutions purely by accident, though. Well, accident in brute force. I am just drawing lines. Eventually it'll work, right? This, what is going on here? Just... what does it mean? Don't draw on squares. 2 regions. Something to do with the relationship of... I think it's not a relationship between the 2 regions. I think... I don't even know what to think. Do I want a hint? I don't super want a hint. It would be really cool if I could make it through one of these games with no hints. It's always the stupid stuff that trips me up, too. Like, I get to the really esoteric things, I'm like, oh, this is really fun. And then I get to something like this, and it's like... I don't know, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't have to do with the interior shapes of the shape. Maybe it's something like nested shapes, right? Like the curve. Like this, and then it would continue. And then here, and then here, like this shape. It's, like, that would explain why it's not digging into anything here. It's just, it has to continue this kind of curve or something. Not that I understand exactly how that's working. It is doing some, like... on this one, at least, it's doing symmetry across the diagonal axis. But it's not doing that here. This, again, looks like it's tiling, right? Like, this could be this shape, tiled here, and then tiled here. I guess this could also be tile, tile, tile. And then this could be, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If this is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, it could be that shape tiled. And this could be like this shape, but tiled diagonally or something. And this could be this shape tiled. I guess if you're looking at how the white, if you crossed over, like if you move this white square here, it's the same shape. The same thing happens here. And that's not exactly what happens here, but this is really loose. This is really loose. But then, like, I guess I see why this wouldn't work. You'd have to have this shape here, right? And then that matches. And then you have this shape. And then this has to match that shape. And then this is fine, whatever it is. So, like, if we were trying to do something that tiled here, it would have to be like something like this, that then like this to match the 2 here. Except this doesn't quite work because this is a little bit too long. So we'd have to do something like this, which doesn't match up here. So we'd have to do something like this for it to fit. And then this would match the... Assuming the rule is even remotely related to this, this would match the rule that I'm seeing. But... this is also really weird. Oh, this makes no sense to me. All right, let's fool around over here. All right, so the direct opposite matches rule 3, even though it doesn't match 1 because we're stepping on squares, right? So the mirror of the shapes I'm drawing work fine, which means rule 3 can't care about what's on the ground. It can only care about what I'm drawing. This works for rule 3? Is it a numbers thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is not a numbers thing in any way that seems remotely consistent. This works, though. Even though this doesn't. What does that tell me? Yeah, the tiling thing kind of breaks down here. I can't fit the empty region into the drawn region. This works either way. Yep, this satisfies rule 3, even though it doesn't satisfy 1. So it doesn't care about where the shapes are on the grid. Doesn't care about rotation. What does it care about? What does it care about? I'm so lost. All right, give me a hint, Hamu. This is such a struggle. I don't know why I'm not getting this. There is another solution to 6. Presumably one that makes 7. I mean, I know I can draw this the other way, right? Like, that'll work. That doesn't teach me anything new. This satisfies 3. 6 and 3. It feels like there are allowed shapes and not allowed shapes. And I still don't understand why these shapes are allowed. I still don't even know if shapes are real. Like, it's doing something. I don't know what metric it's comparing stuff on. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean I could just do this? It's taught me nothing. Like, that is, I could have extrapolated this from this. But I still don't understand anything about what it's doing. That, I think this... So, I don't... I'm so mad right now. God, I'm not mad. I'm just very confused. Because I don't know how to put together this information in anything that makes sense. Like, I don't know how to put these pieces together into something that makes a cohesive whole. Yeah, it's the one about relationships between the shapes of the regions. I get it. But it doesn't make sense. There's no relationship that makes sense to me. There are 0 relationships between these regions that make any kind of sense to me. Like, look at this. What the hell am I supposed to learn from this? Everything else I can kind of see it. Like, oh, okay, we're doing 1 and 3. We're doing L's. 1 and 3, we're doing L's. 1 and 3, we're doing L's. Over here, now we've got 2s. Look, these are bigger. It's 3s. It's a 6, and a 3. Like, you can kind of see the relationship, like the one thing expands into the other thing. And then there's this. What does this mean? And there's this, which is like... I do not get it. Like, there is no relationship that makes sense to me. It's not even like it fits into the drawn region or anything. It's just... a region. I don't know how I was supposed to extrapolate that this is a solution from what I've done over here. None of this makes sense. It's kind of like the same here, Like these 6 and this 6, except they're like shifted. So maybe it just needs to fill and then what? Like this is a square that's shifted, sure, I'll believe that. A square that's shifted. This is, you know, edging into a square that's shifted. Or like a tall block, like a 6 that's shifted. Except there's not enough room to put the last shift there, but that's fine. And then there's this, it's like, okay. And this is drawable like that. And if I move the square over, that apparently works. That does not work. Oh, if I move the square over, it's like that. That's what the square looks like if I move it over. Which is what happened here, right? It's this. Whereas this satisfies 3, but steps on a square, so it can't work. So it has to shift over. And then maybe this is the same thing in like bigger blocks. But like I don't understand. Maybe there's a relationship here and like these are 4 over, so this needs to be some number over. But like why would this work instead of the vertical one here? I don't know. So like this, and then the like the next 4, and then the next 4, and then the next 4. Or maybe it's like 2 blocks shifted, so it's like this 4, and then the next 4 underneath it shifted over commensurately based on where the squares are, kind of. So like this, which I kind of tried already. I straight up do not understand what is happening here. Sure, but why? But why, though? Like, for any given grid size, there are solutions that work. There are regions that have relationships to each other that work. And I do not understand what the relationships between those regions are. I know it's a region world. You get regions by drawing paths. If I thought there was any relationship between the regions that I could understand, I would be focusing on that's the entire point I'm trying to make, Hamu, is I do not understand the relationships between the regions, which is why I have shifted to focusing on the path, because maybe that'll make more sense. It doesn't. Not expecting it to. This is not a world that focuses on paths, but the regions don't make sense. You figured this one out? This one made sense to you when you first played through it? I don't understand. It's like this is a 3 and this is a 6, so like this shape right next to it, sure. But then what is the relationship between these two regions? Like, why is this legal? Why does this work? They fit together and make a square? Fucking they fit together and make a square! How do you make a square? It's this. It's this and... this and this. How do I draw this? Is this even... how do I draw this? It's this, but I gotta get that one piece in there. Oh, no, this doesn't work. This doesn't make the square that I want it to make. Maybe a rectangle is okay? What if they make a rectangle together? They don't make a rectangle together. How do you make a square together? How? Is there... yeah, it's a square. But there has to be two regions, then they have to fit together to make a square. So this same way, this one piece is pulled off to the side. This is a square. 6 and 3, 9 is a square. I was on the right track with the path, too. I could have thought about the path the same way. Like, the path is shifted because it tiles, because it snaps together to make a square. So how do you make a square out of this shape and this shape? What if it's not that shape? What if it's something like this? Then how do you make this into a shape that fits with it when you have to get the entire top here? Alright, first off... oh, I can't test. I can't test. Damn it. Does it need to be the right shape as long as it's the right count? It does need to be the right shape. I guess there's a possibility that it's a rectangle. So it's like these four, like this shape combined with this. So it ends up making a 5x4. I don't think there's a way for this to snap to whatever I do over here to make a 5x5. Because one of these sides can't be 5. Oh! But if there's a piece there, then it does work. Right? So if this is this, then I can stick that L in at the bottom, and it makes a 5x5. This is hard to draw. Not impossible. Just hard. Oh my god, this almost works. Does this work? This doesn't work. The shape that I'm asking it to snap in doesn't work anymore. Crap. Is there a way to do this if it's rotated? All right, what if I don't get this piece, right? Yeah, I didn't think that was going to work. Because then it snaps together into 5x4. Oh, it needs the 5! It needs the 5 in order for that to work. It needs to... This piece needs to not... So, like, this. Right? 5, 4, 4, 1. So this needs to be 5, 4. Here. Two, 1. Which means here. Right? We're going into paint. As I, like, slowly finagle this into a position that I can do anything with. I don't know how to get it to retain aspect ratio, so it's just going to be terrible. Alright. So if I'm doing 5 here... What am I doing? Brushes. Right? If I'm doing these 5... Then I have to do these 5 here. And then whatever number, it's just going to match up with the next ratio, right? So if I'm doing 3 here, it's 3 here. Two to match this 3. And then this has to be 2 and 3, doesn't it? Like that? 2, 2, 3, 5. So then we'd be drawing like this. Right? 5, 3, 2, 2. Super easy. Why didn't I just do that the first time? Starting here for... Yes. Holy crap, that took forever. That took so long. How long was I on this one world? Oh my god. What a struggle. What a struggle. Oh my god. Okay. Whew. Okay. What was the rule? The two separate regions snap together to make a square. So like these three, you put this one in there and it's a 2x2 square. These three, you put this one in there and it's a 2x2 square. These 8, you put this one in there and it's a 3x3 square. Here, you can snap these two together, make a 2x2. You can snap these 6 and these 3 together to make a 3x3. So we have this set up to make a 5x5. That was the end solution. God, that took so long. That took so long. All right, we are over, and I do have things that I need to do, so I need to be done with the stream. But oh, I am coming back to this garbage. You will not defeat me, understand? Yeah, we're gonna be playing some more of this. Oh boy. Yeah. So, the plan is come back to this on Tuesday. What the balls is this? Dash? Well, you know, whatever. We'll come back to that at some point, too. I found the Minus World. I love Minus World. I love Mario 1. God damn it. Well, this feels like a good discovery to end stream on. Just like discovering rockets in Can of Wormholes was a good thing to end stream on. Anyway, I think you could hear the sound of my brain exploding if you're listening very carefully. But I'm having a great time. I am very excited to come back and do more of this. This is doing something all right, and I am going to teach it a lesson. Is what's going to happen. Yeah, right. Just the gears like locking up and uncomfortable.